Hello, we're here.
Hello.
I have to share my screen with Kiro real quick, so let me do that real quick. There we go. Perfect.
There we go. Oh, look, the background is the jail cell.
Yeah. Why are we in prison? Still. Alright. This is gonna be a long court case, isn't it?
It's actually not too bad, I think.
Oh, really? It's not as bad as...
Because it's split with the investigation, so I think it's about the same length as the investigation.
Okay. Sounds good, then.
It's a good one, though. I like this one.
Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Yes, seriously, dude. It's been like 2 days.
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning. Oh, it's like we're in a work study. It's really weird. Yeah? It's like you're in a work study, but you're also kind of defending this man's life. This man has red eyes.
I'm just a student. It's fine. This is my internship.
This is my beautiful internship. My unpaid student internship. Actually, I guess we are paid, so it's slightly better. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
No kidding. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Oh, he did say that. I was just saying that as part of that. God damn. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
Yeah, seriously though. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. I don't know about that, sir. You're kind of doing that right now. Oh. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom, and it looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Susato? Oh, Miss Susato?
I am Mr. Susato.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So, that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning. Instead of buying breakfast, I just bought newspapers and newspapers and newspapers.
Wait, but Susato,
Yes.
our budget! We can only afford so much!
You don't like the taste of newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, it is a kind of, I mean, it's good fiber, but I don't know about the ink,
Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes. Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very... Oh, wait, that's you, I think, right?
I guess.
Wait, is that the inspector?
I don't know who's. I don't know if this is an inspector or if it's Ryunosuke.
Oh yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Yeah, I think this is a flashback to Gregson.
I think it's a flashback. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus.
Oh, I think that one's yeah. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. And now he's dead.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon, for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. And they are all speculating various answers.
Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us!
Hey, welcome, Psycho Reaper.
Hi, Psycho. How you? We're doing good.
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, at least we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention, but there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. You're doing good too? That's good to hear. Have a nice chill evening while we read things off. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! Please, I don't run up shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid that there's only really one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! What's the second? What did I do? Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with a little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikatoba Esquire. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! Well, he has nice teeth. I will give him that. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Also, I'm glad you still believed in me, even though I got tricked into defending myself in that court case a while back. By her own teacher, in fact. Oh my god, she's on the jury. No! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution.
You want me to take Van Zeek so,
oh, yeah, you
so
go
you're
for
not
it.
beating everyone in the courtroom?
Yeah, please go for it. Go for it, go for it.
The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord.
Well, you sound so ready, Ryunosuke. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, a mere amateur.
And I beat you. Do you have a point?
Shut up. Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
I don't know if I'm that arrogant. I mean, do you see me right now?
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Thank you, Susato. Thank you. Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Break that glass, Von Zeeks. I know you can do it.
Like the court case has just started, he's already pouring himself a glass this time.
He's like, God damn, it's gonna be fucking long today.
Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too.
Yeah, a guy died.
The tragic conclusion came later, of course.
Yeah, man, burned to death. Pretty bad.
Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. ...
Exclamation mark. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Oh, it's this guy.
Another familiar face.
Why is this happening? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Which ones do you want me to take?
You can go for this one. She's new.
Okay. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
The hell is this guy? Oh, well, mate. Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fella. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that my phone did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Hey, sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Why is there always an old person as the last one? Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. There's always an old person in a jury. It's true. Every single jury case I've been to, there's always been that one old guy who's just like, I gotta get out of jury duty, and they're like, why? And he's like, because I'm fucking old, and they're like, what do you mean? He's like, I can't hear, and I'm partially blind, and they're like, okay, and they let him go. That's happened like at least 2 or 3 times I think I've been to jury selection. It's not like the elderly have any place to be. What about you other people? You have jobs? Huh, idiots. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act.
Reading.
Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
Singing doo-wah diddy, diddy dum diddy doo. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Those never happen in Britain. What are you talking
That
about?
definitely didn't happen 2 days ago.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. Yes, he's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Oh.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, sorry, didn't quite catch that. Why is he here? Why is he here?
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber.
Dude, you did it within like the first 10 minutes of the score game. What is wrong with you?
That lamp is standing there like, no, not again, please. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh boy. It's the inspector.
It's Inspector Fish and Chips. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be Olive Garden.
Yes. She's olive green, but I kind of thought she was more of a yellowish green to me, but, you know, tittle-tattle. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victor fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose. I see. But her life is not in danger?
I said she was comatose for 3 days, Judge. What do you think?
I don't know. Fucking shit, man.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map.
You're gonna have to kind of huddle around behind me.
Yeah, we don't have projector screens or anything like that.
What is a projector screen? I have no idea, but it sounds cool.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a fair thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
Oh.
It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back.
Are you sure? That looks like Professor Layton going down the street.
That looks like juror number 2! Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been able to take a statement from her, or we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is a case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Thank you, Inspector. Inspector, what the fuck did I say? The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in the hospital, yet to regain consciousness because she has a knife in her back. I don't think they took it out. Quite frankly,
They just left it in her. Rather preserve the scene of the crime.
Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Sir, I've been there. Oh, what of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's bag. Oh, so they did bring it.
Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Like, we had that other guy from the other court case who just carried a knife around, so I wouldn't put it behind other Londoners' back to just have the same exact giant knife to just, you know, stab somebody with.
Hey, look, it says McGilded on the blade.
No, not again!
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence.
The jackknife has been entered into the court record. A large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. It still has blood marks on it, probably.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord.
Oh yes, I see. Well, tuition is a bitch, after all. Well, in that
Well, if she had some fish and chips, then maybe she'd be worth robbing, you know?
Oh, that's true. I do like food. But so do college students. That's why they complain about it all the time. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim?
Am I eating fish and chips right now? I actually had fish and chips for lunch today.
Did you actually?
Yeah, there's this Japanese cafe and between my house and work, and they have these delicious like Japanese fish and chips.
Oh fuck!
They do like salmon with like sushi grade salmon and these scallops, and they deep fry them. Oh, they're so good.
Oh, that's oh my god, that sounds fucking good.
Oh, it's so good.
I should look for fish and chips tomorrow. I had ribs today.
Ooh,
short ribs. It was really good.
Why not long ribs?
Hey, because it wouldn't fit in my bowl.
I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting secondhand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much.
Yeah, COVID is like that.
And at this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes.
Why are you so happy about that, Ryunosuke?
If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman, huh? Yeah. Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Boy.
My leg!
My leg!
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet.
Someone in the gallery is just like, well, no shit. It says vinegar on here.
Van Zeeks, I think you're about to be on trial next for hitting someone with that bottle.
He's gonna get charged for fucking assault.
For 'tis you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What? Perfect timing for that Ryunosuke talking effect. Sounds like he's going to own me. Oh my god.
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question.
Sorry. Accidentally.
Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir.
Alright, here we go. Witness testimony. Mr. Natsume's arrest.
As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him.
Alright, pretty straightforward,
Old books, you say?
Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident.
She's just completely on her side.
Quick, get a picture of that.
Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
The crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. It's a photograph of the lady just being fucking dead on the floor.
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary.
Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo?
well, now that you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there, so I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. Which, in retrospect, wasn't the smartest thing, but... a green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing.
Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next?
Miss, I think you should concentrate on the right thing.
The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back.
Get over here, Psycho Reaper. There can only be one Reaper in this courtroom. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could have possibly stabbed that woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Cross-examination.
Sir Gregson, please don't speak while you're chewing your fish and chips.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's getting a little bit caught in my teeth in my throat a little bit.
Once you stream Van Zieks, I'll throw bits at your clay.
Oh no, not the bits!
Not the bits, not the brrrr.
Oh my gosh, Tomo did that to me the other day.
Oh my god. Everybody who does that redeem. pelted. Every friend I know now. Oppo. You. Remy. It's growing. The trend is growing. And it's always Tomo.
It's always Tomo.
A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though.
That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course.
I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize as I can expect you can appreciate.
Yeah, a lot of people like stabbing people during that time.
We don't appreciate that.
I see. Yeah, stabbing would be a problem in that time period.
But you should try the fish and chips. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Ugh. Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Especially listen. And hear and feel and think. You know, just all that.
We are warriors of light after all. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Press everything. How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am.
Oh, I almost had it there. Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But, wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas street lamps. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Although, we are doing this case where we're just saying straight up, no one could see shit, but whatever. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to.
It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
If you say so. Smashing that press button. From behind, you say?
Would you quit pressing everything I say?
No!
That's right, as you can see from this print.
Yes, quite so, Inspector. You showed me this about 5 minutes ago, and the handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition?
Comatose, no less.
I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been treated bots. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of the events. I'm sure she won't show up, like, halfway through this court case or anything.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
Oh, shit. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you gotta... Dude, we're like on the 4th episode and you're still doing this? Mr. Natsume's belongings?
I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. I'm getting tired of showing it to you.
I'm gonna just show it to you for the 5th time. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. Are you gonna just keep showing this print to all of us over and over again?
That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
That is unfortunate.
And the accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust a knife into the woman's back?
And that must be what happened, my lord, yes.
That must be some ambidextrous fellow, I must say.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand shop, second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
I didn't quite catch that.
Well, you see, him with their faces.
Yeah, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question? Please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
You're gonna have to kinda come up behind me again. Yeah, right.
The closest second-hand book... Yeah, everyone gather around. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road, at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Observe as I move Professor Layton around.
It's time to solve puzzles, Luke. Everything's about puzzles. Puzzle. You see that street lamp? Puzzle.
That reminds me of a puzzle.
Local map has been added. Alright, cool. I got more evidence. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to press that.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Oh. The crucial detail in what you've just told the court inspector is the location of the bookshop.
I couldn't agree more.
So, where is it exactly? Even though you just showed me.
Huh? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I'll just explain that. I got the map out and everything. Used red blooming ink and drew the bloke's route home on it for you.
And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yes. Of course, yes, it must have been. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in.
And the blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend.
No, not yet. The trial's only just begun, after all.
Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage.
Yes, miss. At once, miss. I'm sorry I made a mistake, miss.
Inspector, continue with your testimony, please.
Oh, your books. Right.
My books?
No, your God. Okay, let me go through this part and then make sure that we get the shop name.
Don't you click too fast and you click the same option again?
I guarantee I will. I'm gonna Ocarina of Time owl this shit. You know, do you ever did you ever play Ocarina of Time?
No, actually I haven't.
Oh, there's like this owl that like tells you like the whole legend behind like what the game is, and like he's just like, "Hi, I'm this owl, and then I'm gonna give you like at least 300 sentences of exposition." And you're just like, "Oh, good, great," and then you click through it, and then he has a button. I mean, there's like an option where it's like, "Do you want me to repeat that?" And it's like, "Yes, no." But if you press A, it's highlighted on yes, so you're like, "Wait, no!" It goes through the whole dialogue again. It's like, oh god, oh man, this is the worst. I've done that so many times. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
I promise I won't fuck up this time. Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector.
Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? Bourbon books. Ha! Now I got you. Objection. It's so calm. It's objection. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is it, Sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? I presume?
My books?
Yes, my lord, my books. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What?
Inspector, do you know of this other shop?
Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Not that you know. Sit, boy. Hey, Taylor. How's it going? I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes! Thank you. Thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, my books, everybody's books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. I've been there. I've been to the Bourbon Book. Inspector Gregson, where is this, your books establishment?
My books? I don't have a book establishment.
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry.
Well, obviously we looked into that.
Did you, though?
It turns out that your books
It's my books.
is just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street going east. Why are there two bookshops on the same road?
Something about competition, I suppose, right?
Seems bad for business.
I mean, it's tiny, too. Like, what's wrong with that?
I like how he said that it's a smaller shop, but it looks larger on the map.
Yeah, it's like actually a pretty big space. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now. Kind of. Oh.
My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms.
You think I can be a clown? I'm gonna get to go to the big top circus. Forever.
You're not a clown, you're the entire circus.
Oh, damn.
To your future career in the circus.
You put that glass down, or I'll put it all down for you.
I, didn't think I need to spell it out, but here we go.
You know, we could just go the exact same path, right? And it's like, oh, man.
If the accused is coming home from your books instead of Bourbon Books,
Wah.
there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Yes. Thank you, Inspector.
Allow me to reiterate for you, my learned, if somewhat slow Nipponese friend.
You know, that's a little bit hurtful, but you know what, fair?
Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Ah!
As I suspected, you can't fool me. And I don't suggest you try.
I beat up my husband earlier.
What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry. But would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What? What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Huh! She's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Gee, I wonder. I wonder, indeed. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. I don't know about that, but we'll go on.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Whee! If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He went another direction.
It reminds me of a puzzle.
Goddammit. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round.
Huh.
On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
Well,
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words,
hold my hand.
the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
But, aha, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection.
Damn it, Natsume.
Why you gotta be like this, Natsume?
That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. And that day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
But wouldn't that mean that he could have took the other route still, though? I mean, I don't believe this.
I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors?
Here we go again. But even if that is the case, the defense Oh, hi old man, you're awake.
I like how the one guy's like, eh.
Yeah. I agree with Lord Venseeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean? We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty. Guilty.
Whoa.
Guilty.
What the?
Guilty.
These voices are so different than I was expecting. Holy shit, no. Wow, it's a new record. We failed court faster this time.
Speed run.
it would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. And it seems your leaning is forward and flat on this table.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
About the queen.
Mr. Naruhodo.
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I'm gonna do the thing again. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Like a turnabout, you might say, somehow.
Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Hi, Lork. Welcome.
Hey, Lord
welcome.
Pepper. Hey.
Try for
Trial by combat.
Yeah, I think so. Don't you see the battle axes?
Yeah, for pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. That's my argument.
Your books. Yes, nice shop that. What, bourbon books? No, not worth the visit. Only if you like drinking, that is.
I like old man character.
I can tell.
Yeah, I really like doing that one. Wait, is the wife a juror? She sure is.
I like how she wore her maid outfit too.
Yeah, I guess she has to keep up the appearance that she's the maid, right? Even in this society.
With only minor exceptions, reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. Like maybe one or two of them, though, but you know.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Old men characters or cheeseball villains, which is more fun? Actually, those are both really fun voices to do. I really like cheeseball villains too.
You think you've got me, Batman? No, you just have. I have the woman on the train tracks, Batman. Yeah.
Robin, get the anti-shark spray.
Yeah, precisely.
Alright, enough about fucking shark spray. I forgot that was an episode. Venteeks is like, whatever, let's just end this trial. He pretty much is. He wants to watch them die, you know?
Speed run.
He's got to get that 90% record on his speedrunner.com, you know?
Speedrunprosecutors.com.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant that then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why did he have to run away like that? Yeah, seriously though. And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible! How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Forge ahead. Yeah. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Renosuke, you can do it.
There's Gregson in the back with his fish and chips.
He's just staring and blinking. He's judging. Alright, so... He admitted it. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why? It can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not a winner. But how do we know that? So the poor woman was attacked from behind? Okay, so that's pointless. I don't care, can we just wrap this up? I've got work. And he's just like... That bookshop sucks. So what else do we have on this? Alright. Alright, so he has his book receipt. He just tells us where it is. So she's unconscious after being stabbed in the back. Stout build, early 20s, pavement of the Briar Road, east side. Yep. Gleaned from her personal effects, the other details are unknown, and apart from the single stab wound, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer. Alright. Sick. Anything about this knife? Is it chipped? Can't find anything out of place. Alright, it just folds. I see.
Ryunosuke just playing with the knife on the side.
Wow, this knife is so cool. I'm having so much. Look at how awesome I am. He's just flipping it around in his hand.
He's just doing like knife tricks.
Yeah. There's no MS. I can't blame it on McKillen. Nothing of note. Well, might as well press this, gentlemen.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London for work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you cheated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know... Water under the bridge. No, there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock, I would. Well, Anyway, I don't know about the header, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Not like I hold a grudge against you or anything.
Yep, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now.
He might be Mr. Last now, that's all I can say. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. What's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
Oh,
I'm not
man.
racist, but...
I'm not racist, but... Okay. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must have been the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
That went well for her. This game does not hide the subtext. Oh, it's plain there to see. I don't even think it's subtext. It is that time period. But you can't deny that there are other routes, whichever, Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Ah, yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road, something. Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at that moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. When the nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes, why is this all true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is he went home along Briar Road. Ah! I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Oh god, the old man is actually relevant in this because if he doesn't like that bookstore, there's a reason why he would probably want to avoid it on his way back. Huh? Sorry, folded you say? Fold what? No. What I said was, hold it.
Fold it!
Fold it! Chop it! Spin it! Flick it!
Spin it, press it, flick it, pop it.
Pass it! What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it quite well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after that dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and conked my head, as it were. It's always worse after the snow stops falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant, even though it really didn't seem like it would be.
Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly.
Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again. Carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
That sounds really bad out of context, Susato. So you want Calabash? Slipped.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6?
Whatever do you mean, sir?
My beard feels so great today.
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you.
Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
Man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of them on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are quite aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Ma, whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my. How convenient that we're all here today
Yeah,
for this.
exactly. My goodness. You mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Do you really have to point that out, Mike?
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was a jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Well, look at that.
My goodness me.
Sorry! You need to pee! And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my.
You're right, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we had boxed us up hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on some ice? Is it
But
a
you can
crime-
hear us, old man.
Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
He's been fooling us all along.
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... Alright, back to being normal. Come on, juror number 3. I believe in you. Change your mind right now.
Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful.
Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we can just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely.
It's time to tip the scales! Wait, wrong character. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Not in winter. How dreadful. I want to hear what you gotta say, mister. My work is busy. A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, you know, and so is my family's. Alexa, you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What? Another coincidence? Yeah, seriously, what the fuck?
That's right, Mearsham Street it was.
Mearsham Street?
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please, because quite frankly, the other statement didn't have, like, any information.
What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mearsham Street from dawn till dusk.
That's just the main road, right? Oh, nope, it's that road.
They didn't even name the main road.
Yeah, what the what street is this? How is this one not important?
Not important.
Not important enough, I suppose, I believe. Man. Wait, Mearsham Street, though. Okay. From dawn till dusk. Okay, yeah, if he's digging up the road, then... Okay.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear.
Oh, what? I just want to get this done and dusted.
Man, you really are flexing on me right now, aren't you, sir? Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mearsham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mearsham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course! What? What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back or go the other way.
So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route home back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have.
I suppose that must be right, eh?
Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, my lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man is guilty now. Yes, I like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Whee! Bean. What about you, sir?
Who, me? Huh, well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say.
That's my job, after all.
That's what she said.
Damn. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The ayes 2, the noes 4. So, the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Son of a bitch.
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Huh? Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth.
Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right, it took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents?
Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No, I'm not very good at math.
That darn imperial system, they're using it here, Mr. Naruhodo. 2 yards is less than a little 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all.
In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor.
You really think he vaulted with 3 books or whatever? Fucking Van Zeeks, you fucking piece of shit.
Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no.
What?
And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. We just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings about town.
Ah, is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road.
He's really hanging on to this. Crushed in a single sentence. Are you sure, though? Are you really sure? Did you really get crushed?
And, old man,
Cold man? You can talk?
you say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time?
Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? I mean, Renelsuke, are you really surprised at this point of this old man?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah!
Order! Order! Lord Van Six, explain yourself.
My lord.
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prefer it during this summation examination? Oh, wait, right, because he's not allowed to talk during them, right?
I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury so readily swayed.
But didn't you tell me, like, in the last case that you're not allowed to interfere during the summation, though?
Well, I mean, he's also not allowed to drink and throw bottles in the courtroom, so I guess that point is moot.
You're right.
But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Oh no, that bar is pretty low, huh? Oh no.
It's time to So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What? What are you talking about?
My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand.
Oh god, there's more than one.
Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright. No matter who Van Deeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end until this battle is over.
Man, these witnesses are going to be so intimidating looking, I know it.
Oh god, it's gonna be the two from... oh. Well, they're kind of similar to the other two from the other thing.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations. So which one do you want to take, Draco?
Oh dear god. I'm gonna go flip a coin. Wait, hold on. Do I even have a coin? Wait, where'd my dice go? Oh, okay, I have a... Oh god. Oh god, they're everywhere. My dice! They popped out of the... Oh no! Hold on. Oh god. Okay. So, wow, the D20 is the one that went missing. Of course it did. Oh, okay, there it is. Alright, cool. Alright, so, D20. Odd, I'll get the boy. And even, I'll get the girl. And then you get the opposite. Again,
okay.
I'm the guy.
Okay.
The toddler eating his helmet.
I love these two.
Oh my god, I'm already afraid. Constable.
Constable royally beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
Oh, and he's dead.
I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
How old are they? What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems... tired.
Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters are reading true, check for meteors falling from the sky, reporting back about the weather. You know, they fly up on those hot air balloons sometimes. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our street lights.
There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
Yeah, you could call it a janitor job. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For London Bobby is a man of honor.
Oh shit, oh shit.
And a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
Did they miss it? Did they miss the beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly?
Oh shit. Oh. Constable URAunitB, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir.
I think it's more than just matching scarves. I think they're wearing the same scarf. Like, they're wearing each end of the same scarf.
Oh god, are they?
If you look closely at their animations.
What a great witness he's going to be.
Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir.
Oh god, yeah, I think it is the exact... They're just sharing it, aren't they? Because there's no end on both
Because she
sides.
picks it up and she, like, tugs on it sometimes. You can see it's connected.
It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Is it, though? Is it?
Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But still, I managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the light of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
I'm glad you like my Van Zeke's voice. I'm trying to copy the voice he does in the trailer for the game.
Yes, Kiro's serious voice is very demanding. It was their anniversary, and Roy was taking me out for a meal. I don't think he was just sleeping the entire time. Definitely, absolutely not. No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Are you all three of those things? Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Yep, it is one single scarf.
Him? What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I was heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform.
Of course she does.
Sometimes, I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. Here's the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then.
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat, what's up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me? Wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh dear God.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
That was like the most active we saw him in this entire thing so far.
They have really good animations.
It's so good. Hi, Aru.
Yaru.
Hello. Two silhouettes?
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. It was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately, it does.
And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh, yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oh, hi. Oh, my. What? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground, but Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said?
Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to you, sir. And I'm sure is my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Beep, 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 spam and the press button. Scattered something? What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
Oh, shit. Oh, what? What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books.
I see. Old books.
Yes, sir. The culprit has dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him. He was the man in the dock without question, sir. I see. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the top mouth, the snub nose, everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here.
May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, I see.
This man's gonna keel over at one point. Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
Oh, I see. I see. Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guide the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location. You see, as to who deals with it, the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia to wait in the police box for the beat. The incident fell under, so she could go and report Yes.
I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling?
Yes, sir. What Patricia says, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lights, would you? Oh.
Oh,
Absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know!
Right. Oh, God help
The light
me.
from the street lamps was
Why
more
is
than
she
enough!
doing this to me?
And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, and what of the fog? Thank you for the posture check and hydrate regime. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
We're famous for across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh my God, why?
Oh, it is.
Please.
It's thick you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
Yes. Alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Oh,
The constant fog makes her eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we could tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Oh, shit. What? Ah, yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tight mouth, the snub nose, unmistakable, sir.
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem like as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no! And what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama was here,
What are you trying to say? Are you gonna channel him or something? That would be kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
Oh yeah, that works too. What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in their statements somewhere. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, this is episode 4 after all.
I can't believe you don't know how to do crime yet. I mean, crime. You don't know how to
If
try
we don't,
yet.
I'm afraid the trial may reach an early end and unfavorable conclusion.
Ugh. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Maya super level 2.
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it.
What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one.
Oh God! Why are you doing
Question how
this to
reliable my
me?
testimony is.
That will do, Miss.
No, it won't do at all.
Holy
That
shit!
Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down.
Put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Looks immediately. Aha. 4 books, huh? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Please go on. About these 4 books. Yes. We know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say.
Those purchased by the accused at the nearby secondhand bookshop on the day in question.
After I bid to the police box for help, well, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
Patricia, you're not really helping your testimony here.
He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene?
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur Somebody or other, and What's It Yearnings? Then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the Thingamy something.
A meal for some. I just want to look. Ah, yearnings. Yeah, picture of Monsieur. What the heck is the thingamy? Where'd she even come up with that one?
You see?
Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory.
Oh well, they were all along those lines, I'm quite sure.
Well, 3 of them are at least.
There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean that the way you're implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Oh, shimoy. Oi! I got a gun! Holy shit! What the fuck? He pulled out a gun! What the fuck? Is that legal? I don't know.
This is the side of Rolly we haven't seen yet.
Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. I'm gonna fucking pop their head off. Terrifying.
Terrifying.
Agreed. I was like, Steve, welcome. Yes, she really is. Oh wait, well, that was the end of the testimony? I didn't even... I thought that was a added statement to the beginning. I was not paying attention. Okay, let me go
Let me go back. So about that, ma'am. So, you're saying there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingamy Something.
I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no, what flaw?
Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
No, it's my books. Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3, but no, that can't be.
Her puppet is packing heat. Oh god.
I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you, 4 dirty old books.
Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. Unless she's, blocking it or something, it's...
But I just don't believe it.
Ah! Oh,
I saw them there, I swear it. I saw them.
No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no, oh no, no.
Whack, whack.
Objection!
Oh my god, Van Zeeks, really?
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene.
Irrelevant, Van Zeeks. That's not part of what we're arguing right now.
A fact that you know very well, you have no hope of disproving.
Ah!
So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair?
Ugh! He sees right through me.
But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you.
Is he drinking on the job? I wouldn't consider it drinking. Considering that he hasn't really consumed much. What are you talking about?
It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Wait, Van Zeeks, where's the toast?
Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
But what about the photographic print? Remember, we got shown it like 6 times earlier? It only shows 3 books!
Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print.
That print? You mean to say... Yep, there it goes.
Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand.
I don't believe it. Also, it says the lion's pride. That is incredibly off of whatever she said.
The thing could be something, just like I said.
Oh my god. It's the 4th book. Also, it has to do with lions, which was somewhat relevant last game.
As you will observe,
Well, not last case, but yeah.
the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso.
No. No! Yeah, same.
Order! Order!
There, you see,
What are you doing?
Look at that!
What
look,
is
look, look!
wrong with you? Oh God! Yes,
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia is always right, sir. I am not on a ball and chain, I swear.
Let us study the receipts for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabbro, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
what about the other book? Gunzeeks?
Oh,
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless, clearly, absolutely.
But there are only 3 books on the receipt. And Miss Beat mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the fourth book is that which is shown in this photographic print.
I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? You know, why should the fourth book be omitted from the receipt?
It's not odd at all, my lord.
It's her book.
As the photograph clearly shows, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches.
And is also apparently very burned or something.
In other words, it belongs to the victim.
The victim was holding her own book?
Who holds their own book? I mean, come on. Get out of
Oh
here.
no, I'm dying! Hold book to my chest.
I wonder what became of that fourth book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence.
And did not choose to present it. Ever.
You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel.
My pleasure, my lord.
Y'all. Here's the second photograph of the incident, which only shows her hand, because we didn't want to do that earlier. And here's the book, The Lion's Pride.
The prosecution rests.
And so does Rolly, apparently.
I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance up till now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination.
Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we said is true.
Shut up, Patricia!
Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, pet. Marry me, pet.
So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is it the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence.
But soon, in probably about a few more sentences, I'm sure the witness will wake up and we'll have to continue this case.
This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Renosuke, think! What do you do now? Well... Hold on, Judge. I'm gonna go read this book real quick. The Lion's Pride. Interesting. Interesting. Wow, it's very singed. Interesting. Hold on, Your Honor. I'm gonna be taking a few minutes on this.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Oh. No. No. And it has lions and oh no. Oh no. You're joking.
Are you starting to connect the
No!
dots?
Are you kidding me? Are they really? Are they really? I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh! How dare you say that about Susato?
Best girl. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam.
Wow, everyone around here is so tolerant.
So tolerant. Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into the case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Racist and sexist. Ah, yes, tolerance. Yeah, honestly, at this point, I'm just waiting for him to just go, "Oh, you silly monkey! With your little law and lawyers. Silly monkey. Monkey." And then they're gonna go Super Saiyan and kick his ass, right? That's how this works.
Inferior beings.
Inferior beings, you. Oh, silly monkey. That's, like, honestly. Honestly, that's what I'm expecting. From, like, every sentence out of these people's mouths. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene.
That's not what I presented.
I presented this book, though. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection.
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
One Zeeks is pale with slightly purplish hair. There you go. Ugh.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Alright, so, because of the Frieza comments, I'm actually kinda, hold on, let me see something real quick.
Objection! We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it, silly monkeys. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. But I must admit, you are making me quite impatient, monkey. So please, give me some ideas.
Okay, that was fun.
Got it.
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection.
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh,
Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
a charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out, and I am also completely unhinged to think that is actually a thing that could happen. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. My game theory! Thanks for what? Wait, hold on.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered?
Oh, whoop. Sorry, I didn't mean to press A. I didn't mean to press Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna skip this. I'm so sorry. No. Oh wait, was that actually the right choice? What did I even click?
You said the place that sold it.
Oh god, what was even the other choice? Am I skipping meaningful dialogue? Oh no. A terrible one. A valid conclusion. Oh good, everyone seems to agree. Maybe I'm onto something? I'm also... Oh, thank god. Alright, cool. Cool. Thank you for giving me the penalty instead, Susato. Everyone's like...
Thank you, Susato, for the penalty. Thank you. No other assistant has ever given me a penalty before.
Why do I... blah, 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 blah. I'm hereby
Don't
guilty
click
of
too fast now.
I'm so sorry. Skipping essential dial. So, about its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. I didn't mean to do the other option earlier about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
We already know who the book belongs to.
Guilty. Alright, stream's over.
The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers.
Yeah, you're right, I'm guilty. Alright. Stream's over. Goodbye, God. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how could you possibly?
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise.
Oh my god, that's a freeze line if I ever... Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. I give you 5 minutes.
But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Obviously, Sholmes.
Yeah, clearly. Clearly the Sholmes. He was reading earlier. Clearly.
Take that!
I can't fucking believe that he's gonna come into this, but the answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant is lodging.
Why are you crying, Counsel?
Mr. Garrett.
The landlords.
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but it's bullshit. Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garradeb herself.
Oh my goodness me. I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garradeb's wife. I'm his, maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then. How about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garradeb's house?
I would never presume to know of all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
No, no, no. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel?
Well, you see, she kind of beat up her... a fire, my lord.
Afraid to say it was, happened in the blink of an eye, you know? The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a barely a thing, man. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The barely just started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
I forgot he mentioned that.
The Lion's Pride.
By Jove! The very same title as the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All of you told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly?
You just strangled me. I mean, absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Gears turning.
Not all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back against the window, under every enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. You could say splish if they missed, or kaboom! The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Good gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident.
Not well, apparently.
And there is no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
Ah!
Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene of was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife?
I believe it's a possibility, my lord.
That's quite enough.
I'm gonna guess. Oh no, it's her.
It's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense.
Oh my god, she almost hit that man.
I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese belting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. He ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true. Yes, what did I tell you?
Makes sense to me.
Sorry? What's that?
Yep, you just keep doing you, old guy.
Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage.
No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been...
If books are your predication, my learned friends, study them on your own time. There's this famous leg animation.
His leggy. Sticking out his leggy. Does this man not get drunk? He doesn't drink half the drinks he's pouring. Let's be real here. What? No. Forgive the discourtesy this time.
Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding this offences, the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
Really? 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 These motherfuckers.
Thank you for that unambiguous response.
Thank you for the stretch redeem.
Well, thank you.
That's twice now.
Yeah, I'll stretch my leg on the table here.
It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting...
Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You can still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. Again.
Huh. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve.
I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Buy the next episode on VHS. Wine glass versus samurai sword. I'm afraid the wine glass is gonna win, you know?
glass is just terrifying. And with Zeke's accuracy, ooh, baby. I'm sure he blinded.
How many wine glasses does he have? He seems to have an infinite supply, I guess.
Oh my god, can you imagine? He just keeps chucking them infinitely. That would be his special. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Again. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Here we go.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? There's 3 books of his.
There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window is closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Now look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
You gonna head to bed? Alright. Have a
Night,
good
Lord
sleep,
Emperor.
Look. Good night. Sleep well. Thank you for coming.
Thanks for coming.
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. Except you, Mr. Six, but I'm going to probably see you get pressed, and we're going to get depressed by the fact that your testimony is probably relevant. With one notable exception, of course.
God damn it.
My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover,
Oh, there it goes.
no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard.
But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Oh, yes, my lord. Right. Narunosuke, focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Alright. Beep boop. Let's see. Left behind evidence of seeing the crime, the 3 books. Yep, that is indeed what happened. But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said?
That's not exactly how I put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife was somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fella. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
Those are adjectives. That's great.
If only one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know? So I'd only be too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you can come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too. If only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you admitted rational there. Even though the strong books can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. Okay. But what about the possibility that the window was open? Huh? What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So now, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? Curl up with a nice book, with a nice cup of tea, you know? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh?
Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Also, I look like a crazy person.
Hold it!
But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Stop trying to slap that man!
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to portray a fire with love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrideb.
Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Right. Well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadev's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Oh no, this poor man.
Hold it!
Are you beaten at home, sir? Please speak up. You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. I said this last time, didn't I?
Well, him and me both then, like I said before.
What?
I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning.
What?
You heard me? My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She could be fierce, believe you me.
Oh god, he does get beat. Another shining example of marital bliss, then.
A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, and you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
Sorry?
It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out.
Oh. Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into things by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mr. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. What if I slapped him?
Hold it!
Way to jog his memory. Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was! You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? What the fuck? Oh, right. Oh, of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to pour out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows? The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young women on the street. As well as he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other or force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
I mean, I want to pit him against Window Boy. Does he even state the fire part? Oh, there we go. He does. I didn't see them say he updated his thing, so I wasn't sure. Aha! These two juror statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say?
Speak up, lad! Speak up! Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened up his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Geradev household. And Mr. Geradev had the following to say about it. The whole place filled up with smoke. Oh my hat! You doing okay there? Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Geradev!
Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
Insinuating? Oh gosh, it's really hard. The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course, I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Geradev's formal statement.
I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. I mean, just straight up saying it, so... Oh, alright.
Objection!
Oh. I hear the music. I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. What? I'm a banker, don't forget, an educated man, and there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury. Fuck. There was nothing whimsical about it. I'm sorry.
It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any.
Okay, let me just press the statement again. At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Geradev household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the code. We also know that Miss Geradev was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into a corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. Now there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man out of the window. Only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road, that's all. Huh. So I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough?
What is it going to take to persuade these people? I'm gonna press her again. And see if her beating up the other guy makes him remember something. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you've come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it. You're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the full title of it.
You doing good there, Jojo? Posing, sir? Golden Wind? What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out.
Huh?
I was listening to what this granny was saying, brought it all flooding back.
How are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like... I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh. Oh dear. What a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time.
Oh, God.
I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did, about an inch deep.
No words. Just terror.
I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses a rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that, although you did flip me a few times.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
Oh my god, what? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Sasato, no!
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later. If I dare. Are they really suggesting she threw the knife out the window, hit the person, and that's why she screamed and fell down, and then that's why it wasn't like a deep stab, and oh god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Hold on real quick as I make sure that I don't destroy all of my penalties. Oh god. So, you want an alternate explanation? I can give you an alternative explanation, ma'am. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief. I mean, good grief. You mean to say they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think, perhaps, that this could be one such novel alternative? Huh?
Oh my, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Miss Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Like, honestly, absolutely none. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that was found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
My armband!
My armband! It was me the entire time! Oh, I wanted to switch it to the people part, and it presented like Mr. Garrideb. She threw Mr. Garrideb out the window, and he stabbed her with his beard.
With his beard.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Miss Garrideb.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court and me. Quite frankly, I'm losing my mind. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Miss Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't possibly believe that. I mean, the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Oh, even my missus hasn't got aim like that.
Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. Precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
Oh my.
Hurg! Miss Garrideb, your answer, please! Have you seen this knife before or not?
Oh,
Oh, she's dead. Case closed. She's dead.
A new murder has occurred.
My lord? Oh, you.
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right to end for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions compared to before when I didn't want the trial to continue.
Mr. Foreman?
I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny didn't mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
And not you, I guess, old man. We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed.
Again.
2 jurors called guilty, 4 against 4 now calling innocent.
One of them's completely knocked out now.
One of them is dead. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. In part 17. Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Let me just have a drink real quick.
I'm gonna have to forget my sorrows tonight, sir.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce.
Glug, glug, glug.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
And it's gone.
But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Probably the buildings, Renosuke. Probably the building.
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards.
Wow, that's actually a lot further.
Let me see, 15 yards, that's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined.
And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots.
Little did Van Zieks know, this is going to be the basis of every single Ace Attorney game after this.
Yeah.
There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Miss Susato!
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
This is breaking so many laws.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
While she's unconscious? Oh, she's up again.
Why are they still up on the stand?
Order! Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
My leg!
My leg! And unnecessary.
Lord Van Zeeks?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine.
There was one in the gallery earlier, but I kind of hit him with 2 bottles of wine at this point.
The same dude on his head. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
Fuck it. Alright, what say you, witness?
Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir.
He's awake from his nap. Well. Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month.
Holy shit, on account of a villain
who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon.
Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. I mean, you should realize this is kind of beneficial for you, so just listen to it already. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Yes, sir.
He's alive. Hallelujah.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believes me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinge casements.
Oh, okay.
obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for a moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. I also passed out on the ground, but we don't talk about that part.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows, yes.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Oh, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but... What exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
And you... You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
I didn't look it up in my dictionary yet, sir. I mean, my encyclopedia yet, sir. Of course, sir. I'm sorry. Nope, she found it in the
I
great
found
big
it, Mr. Naruhodo, in my book that has absolutely everything in it.
Yeah, it's the great medium-sized book of everything with everything inside to see the world around us. And it's the book is the perfect guide.
It would hurt if I threw it at you, wouldn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Cast your mind to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garradab's room.
All right, I'll try. Oh. Okay.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
Ah.
But as it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, probably would have hit the window. It would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem, then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road.
Alright, so she saw the book fly out, she went up to pick it up, someone stabbed her in the back with the knife that was on the floor, and then she got put over on the other side. Case closed.
And then she went flying across the road.
Yes, exactly, by a car. Yeah, obviously.
That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't be.
You see that Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
I think he snapped his spine, love. Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
How is this happening? Also, I'm dead. I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation. Whee! Okay, let's see. So they're top hinged. She's like, obviously.
Hold it!
You did say he was face planted down on the floor, ma'am. Yes, you said you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
Rolly told me the way, only I sorta got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at this time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Uh-huh.
Hold it!
You sure? Nothing to report?
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on my Lord's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, the book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean? Stop apologizing. We love
I
you.
requested the cross-examination of Mrs. Garrideb without consulting you. Even if the judge did deny me.
Oh, I see. Well, I mean, I agree with you. Yeah, fucking... We need a testimony from her, because clearly, if we're ever gonna get to the truth of this matter, like, please.
You really think so?
Yeah, I mean... What else do you think is going on here, Susato? The book was found its way to the scene of the crime? Uh-huh, you know?
You're right.
And then there was Miss Garrideb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or the other. I bet that.
Yes.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
The star that would guide us to eternal happiness.
It's also an anime that ran into, like, the early 2000s. And a manga. Can't it guide you to answer the question?
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have been lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course. What with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran over to help her.
Well, might as well press everything. Just 2 more statements. How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. There's the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder to us, to all of us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember. Renosuke, you gotta work on this short-term memory.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a puppy's good for his word. Well, rubbing my tired eyes admittedly. Sir!
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
No, Rolly.
Oh god. No. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb?
Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer to the fullest of my abilities, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadev's domestic dispute can't be related to this case.
Which is...
But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I very much like you and your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. For like 3 days, in fact.
So, to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you, I'll try. You got Constable Beat's diary. Small folding wallet that identifies Robin and Bobby's and contains rules of conduct. Okay. Okay, what did this add exactly? Preserve the peace within an allotted beat. Expected to walk 20 miles around. Okay. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with Okay. Alright, interesting. By which you mean they don't fully open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a tidbit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen.
Okay.
Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, it's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Ma'am? Do you have something to add, Miss Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one.
The next one?
Isn't that right, my love?
Oh, he's falling asleep again. Constable Beat!
Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garadeb household yesterday. Your house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garadeb household is on your beat, does that mean the pavement next to it as well?
Outside Mr. Garadeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Let's think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure that we have information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
So the pavement where the victim was found lies just outside of his beat, the border of which runs down the middle of the road.
Now it's my turn, I think.
In the middle of the road? Oh.
Is this new or? Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord... Oh, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Pete, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Because that worked out so great for you last time. Anyway, sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one.
That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Broly won't.
Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. He has a gun.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Easter man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Ha.
And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place. When I made arrangements to meet Rolly, he gets ever so cross.
Oh no! He's having an echo vision!
That's what I thought too.
Constable Beat! Is there a problem?
Hear, feel, think.
I say, I'm the warrior of light, madam. Oh my goodness, I'm Azam.
Oh god, please no. I wouldn't want this man to be upset.
Oh no, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, yes, sir, yes. I was remembering the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Miss Beat lost her way? On the night of the incident? Were you guys on the wrong side of the street?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine, and, but she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting, and, I thought she'd be back within, inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of that bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with his farthings and the pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes. How romantic.
I've forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
Huh? Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was that about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Miss Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
He's like, oh, fucking dear God, why am I here? Why are we here?
Why am I
Just
here?
to suffer. So she drops her
What
bouquet.
happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Oh my God. This crazy couple. You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. We ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on?
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
Oh, fun.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite? Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh, that's so
Oh.
sad. It's so sad.
It's just one!
Oh! Oh! Yes, that's it! That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with little bits of change he found in the gutter!
Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Van Seeks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
In front of the Garadeb's house?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Can I have it back now, please?
No. It's mine now. I own it. I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh,
Man, just looking at it makes me depressed. It's like one rose.
but it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my best.
not to forget, Miss Beat. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front. However, the rose... Okay. Let's look at this, beautiful singular rose that I missed entirely somehow. There we go.
An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower.
Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before.
Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo?
I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least.
Gosh, 3?
Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom.
Perhaps you should consider branching out. Learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example?
It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it?
It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh. I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me.
Ah, I see.
Something wrong?
Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like a sort of fancy cake.
Ah, Susato-san. You do love your cakes. I think she was pitting you at that point. Rinosuke. Are you real here? So she dropped it on the opposite side? I'm just gonna go over this again because I'm not too sure. I dropped the bouquet he gave me. It was in the dark spot where the streetlights were casting light. So then... when I went to pick it back up, it was nowhere near the victim's body. But she dropped it next to the body. Okay. It was hidden in the darkness, so they couldn't have seen it if it moved. The body moved, so... yeah, it does show that he cares. And she's very happy with it, regardless. Okay, so the whole Gyarados part is kind of dead at this point, but he says nothing strange to report. However, this rose has somehow not been moved with the body. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene, but that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single soy bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? He's like, oh shit, son.
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beats swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Miss Beats' bouquet, there's Miss Garrideb's book. Or Mr. Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife. Would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Miss Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Oh.
What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Anything on about books and bouquets? Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
Oh, good. Miss Garrideb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Garrideb. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called...
Tampering, Mr. Naruhodo.
But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. It was fucking this. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. It was Rolly. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? It was
Susato!
It was me! Wait, where's me? Why am I not on here?
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat! It was you! What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that?
So my guess is that it's because it happened technically on his beat, and he didn't technically want it to be on his beat, because then he wouldn't be upholding his ideals or whatever bullshit.
There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Miss Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Ah, well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, Your accusations are nothing but empty threats.
Constable Beat has a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord. Constable Meat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide. Where the book fell. Where the book fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs.
And why exactly?
Oh, well, of course the reason is,
Do you have something to hide, my learned friend? For it seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court. Or could it be, perhaps, that no reason exists?
oops. You didn't even try to hide it. Shit. Ooh. Oh, okay. I guess it's the victim. I had like another theory where he was covering for Garrison. Where the victim fell to the ground. That's what this probably had to cover up at all costs.
What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked?
Oh, okay, so this lines up with the other thing I thought of with the whole ideals thing.
What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember?
There's 2 payments, ma'am.
It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel.
If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Take that!
But that's...
On the opposite side of the road. I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garrideb's book fell directly down upon the open window above. Down from the open window. And your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself.
Good gracious!
Objection!
You think they get really toned legs from standing up all day in court?
Right? Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening, and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It couldn't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road.
Extraordinary!
But the constable overlooked one thing.
What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume.
Exactly.
The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, and it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was only the bouquet. That was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat? Are you gonna heel turn me, Rolly? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. This is the face of a man who's like, ah, fuck, you gotta be kidding me. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly. Order! What on earth is the meaning of all of this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this?
As she says with stars and happiness in her expression.
So manly. Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
But it looks so hot.
Well, I guess she's not dead.
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town.
I can't see, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. Ah, fuck, what is he pulling out of his ass now? For why
Where's my sacred chalice?
For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason.
What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman.
And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. He is basically kicking your ass, sir. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please.
Yes, my lord.
Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence.
At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions.
What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Just gonna...
Tomo!
Oh my god, why? Why did you donate these bits? I mean, thank you, but what the fuck, Tomo? Thank you. The whale bits. The whale. If only we can...
Yeah, I'm safe here. You can't get me here, Tomo.
Take that!
I realized that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I only have just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. For example, keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do every day. Certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, to the fact that he was actually picking up shit from the gutter, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
I think it's you?
Is that me?
I think.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Ah! Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said is alright.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Haha.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be looking somewhere. As we ran over to the crime scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did it have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, sir. I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mush Jam Street and then... I'm... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, Constable.
I just wanted just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Rolly.
Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now.
But God got me back from my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Rolly, that was my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable? How many books did you move from the one side of the road to the others in total? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4.
3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it, actually.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You sure it was this book? The Lion's Pride? The victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The 4th book's information has been updated in the court record, which means that this case is nowhere near over. I thought it was in open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off, who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a lot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord.
Yes, Lord Van Zieks?
I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pet. Let's go home. I'm tired.
All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind, and never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Oh, never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave, now. The trial's not yet over.
Sir!
And Zeke's is like, this is lucky, that guy gets to go home.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that?
Oh, don't worry, Judge. It'll become very common.
Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Dude, we just went over how that's not a thing. No, I disagree. Nya. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is something else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Come on, let it out. You know it.
Very well.
There we go.
Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
It was Watson!
It was this 10-year-old girl.
Well, we wanted to implicate her earlier, so... The defense would once again like to request a cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again?
My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb.
Me? Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
But the situation is very different now. Miss Garadeb, answer me this.
What do you want now, you little toad?
At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looked out over Briar Road.
Well, what of it?
He threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly below, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident.
Yes, and as I said, what of it?
During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there is in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4.
Oh!
Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
But that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home if one went missing. How would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking?
What are you saying, please, Miss Garrett?
Now you listen to me. Oh.
I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman.
So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst.
Well,
Well, Mr. Naruhodo,
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already.
then take the stand, juror.
Oh,
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman.
Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks.
I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. As proven by this piece of evidence. My badge! Also, I guess I'm doing stuff. Oh, she is instantly on the stand. Okay.
Witness, state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garreteb. And I'm, well, I'm a juror in such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or maid or what anymore.
The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh, dearie me.
Cheer up, Johnny. Nothing to worry about now.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather, think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I am not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garreteb? Yes, sir.
Oh, wait.
Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were.
The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question?
Ah, well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once.
Oh, he really, like, sticks out his bottom lip to the right, yeah.
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a pro job proving it, I think. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had been keeping shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Quite literally, indeed. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat sweet scare from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel over here?
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end.
And Zeke's may well be right.
Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Yep, so they had a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason.
Hold it!
But why? What? The reason? Is what you told us yesterday, I believe...
Yes, that's...
Oh, that's right. It's you. Sorry.
Yes, that's right, if I remember correctly. It all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Garadab.
A rather passionate note, in fact. But Miss Garadab found the note, discovering her husband's little secret.
And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it too.
What a sordid state of affairs.
Hell on earth.
I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, if it was wide of the mark anyway.
Don't worry, she's not going to pour that tea on your lap again. I'm certain, right?
A likely story.
These waters run very deep.
And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face?
Actually, I'm curious something. Oh wait, that's oh no, wait. Present. but how do I... Yeah, never mind.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it?
The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens there has some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out.
Ew, gross.
A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse in the west side of the street where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, as you see.
The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although, the little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe.
The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off.
Have you actually seen the state of the man?
I believe he uses all his income to buy books.
Well, anyway, the point is I was able to douse the fire with water, fortunately enough.
Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a Susato takedown, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks, Susato. How did she know I was thinking of that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the things that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, a sponge, a napkin.
Excuse me.
Huh. So that's what his voice sounds like. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadab!
Hey, don't shoot! Sorry. I, beg your pardon?
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and that fire poker, I seem to recall. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a... Oh, no! Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is the court of law.
You thought you were safe here.
I thought I was safe, but in fact I was not safe at all.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
We'll take a look at this then. How you suppose that happened, huh? Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes? And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see. Your pipe was broken.
It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
You all want to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. It's significant. What is the difference? I'm gonna say it could be important, but I don't know if that prompts it in the right way. The defense believes Mr. Garrida's remarks just now to be of great significance. Oh, I said what? I didn't even say great significant. I said the other thing.
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony.
Indeed. Common sense, one might say.
Might one?
In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipes, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Okay.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. I'm on it, Renault.
She's such a good assistant. Look how many times she's helped us.
She's actually done something compared to... Oh, hello. Hello, chip. Hello, knife piece. Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there.
Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think.
Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this?
It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something.
The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Yay, we got a piece of metal. Alright, and we have like this cut mark and everything too. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been made relatively recently.
And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe.
Yes, you're right. It seems to me recently that being well-loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye, though, because it's clearly new. Okay, good to know. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason, it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garrideb's dressing gown.
I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garrideb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this.
Either that, or you can't afford to replace it. Alright, well we got the metal blade out of that. Good shit.
Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrideb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim?
Objection!
Mr. Garrideb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a bully thing.
You can't?
Used to call me Pt.2 back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, eh? I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Oh, he does, dearie me. It's rather wearing, being asked about every other letter in every other word.
You must be very dizzy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade.
And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence.
Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how it got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
I am.
What?
When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
Oh my god, look at that man's back. I just realized.
All that tea.
Oh my god.
You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
I think you need to finish examining this knife first, because you didn't examine the chip on the end.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
And I think it won't let you present it if you don't have it examined.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because it closed it when I clicked on the blade, so I was like, do I do nothing here?
I give up.
Yeah, I was like, alright, that's it.
Oh, look here, Mr. Nardo, just the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it's missing? I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe,
Oh my, it's a perfect fit!
somehow, I just knew it.
So, do they have like dialogue before you actually find the chip? About the
I think they do, but they don't mention the fragment. But you examine the blade instead, so it just retracted.
That's so dumb. Why would they do that? The carriage at least did something.
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece of it at the tip of the blade that is missing.
A common issue with inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones.
And what of this particular knife?
No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate now, languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
But actually, no, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrideb's pipe.
Eh?
Ah!
Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks!
I don't believe it.
I'm having a heart attack from all this bullshit.
The knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match.
Good golly gosh!
Wow, who uses this expletive?
Order! 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 Is this some sort of Eastern sorcerer?
Judge.
This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle.
A miracle?
So, Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he?
Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once.
Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside of Mr. Garrideb's pipe?
Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony.
Had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Not to clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me.
During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. Oh, I like how it's even repaired in the picture. However, the knife missed Mr. Garadeb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time.
Which caused the tip to break off. Of course.
Good lord!
Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe.
The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1.
And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe, even though you've been smoking it. Actually. Huh.
And pouring tea through it, apparently.
Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window.
What?
In short, this knife which fell from the window of the Garadeb's house is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below.
Oh my... Oh gosh, oh dear, oh... No!
This man's ass is burned. His pants are literally have been on fire. Oh, great.
A full body theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument.
Sorry?
But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see... Look at my leg. Look, it's leg day. I've been working out.
Oh my god, he's stretching.
It's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency.
An insurmountable... What?
Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself!
What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? Because it's like happened so many times at this point.
An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back.
Yes, in her...
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, John, old thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back.
Yag! Oh, no, wait, I have an idea. They went to bend over to pick up the book and it fell into their back then. Oh, order!
Quite right, you see. That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head.
Well,
He's lost for words, look.
Oh, I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place.
I don't know, though, what really did happen.
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history.
come on, Renosuke. There's one other thing you gotta add on to that theory. We're so close. I could see the truth. I could reach out to the truth of my life seeking to seize. For the whole moment, yeah. I was sure that we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely. By just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words... Oh.
We simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand.
Miss Susato!
You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all. And your mind went blank. But if the path you're on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself.
The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
She has never wavered. Like steel. Like the steel samurai. Da 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 da. Ba, dum, ba, da, dum, ba, da, dum. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. Yes, Renosuke. Good. If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is.
What are you implying?
Counsel?
There's a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer.
Goodness!
Utter madness! Surely this must be the last time. Even though I've said that several times. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency. The final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... Please be this photo or the book. I know it's the book, but like... Is it specifically the book or the photo?
They might take both.
I have 2 penalties, whatever. Look, can go for it. This, the 4th book found at the scene. Okay, cool. This is the final piece of evidence. The pivotal present.
Incorrect. Game over. You're done. You just lost the last 4 or 5 hours. The burnt book.
Is that not Mr. Garadev's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand.
As we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so. As part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
Clearly they did not pay attention to when he said it was in her hand the whole time. That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Flashback. But, what made you place the book in the victim's hand?
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So, when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up on her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd been doing much of anything.
So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By Shinga.
Oh, he snapped it. And he fixed it.
I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Oh, dearie me.
We know that book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, and at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past.
Yes, at exactly that moment, the young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw?
Yes, Miss Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife straight into the middle of her back. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Well, I never.
It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Oh!
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker.
So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place.
No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. At least she's still alive, though. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garadib,
The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that.
That would be.
Poor Mrs. Garadab.
Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I'll let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear.
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry!
alright, and she's dead. Reaper of the Bailey. Sir, did you really come to court dressed like this, though? Oh, and he's dead. Reaper of the Bailey, everybody. They really are like the chai.
Yeah, right? I like how this whole case has just had a whole bunch of couples in it.
Yeah. It is the Kokoro case, right?
Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Miss Garadib?
She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events have left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern.
Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could have easily been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions.
There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon.
It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. Also, she didn't surprisingly show up in the middle of the court case like majority of Ace Attorney games. Changing the mold, everybody.
Right? I think this is the first case that doesn't actually have a murder, and it was also an accident.
Yeah.
Which is kind of neat. How wonderful! The woman is out of danger, it seems.
Yes, that is good news.
So, Mr. Soseki Natsume.
Alright, I haven't done his voice in a while.
He hasn't taken the stand either.
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with an immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies,
And hopefully you don't die. Reaper of the Bailey, everybody.
No, it is me who should be begging your pardon.
Oh no, Mr. Natsume.
That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead.
Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too.
I suppose he must have looked completely lifeless.
It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're hunting me.
Poor Soseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him.
Yes, poor man.
So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for doctor, for the police. Instead, I've managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry.
Mr. Garadeb's on the jury now, I just realized.
One could indeed say that sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure.
Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what our decision would be.
Does this mean I finally get to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time.
I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Woohoo! What do you think causes it to do that?
Right?
Very well, Mr. Soseki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty.
No, Van Zeeks requests a summation examination, sir.
And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh, Oh, yes, sir. Of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Finally.
Okay, I hope people are watching over Soseki and he doesn't die. Okay.
Oh, locum.
Wait, you mean Mealy?
Of course. Is there any other locum here?
Is there even one?
Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation! Ah! Heady, hearty, happiness, hurrah!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer!
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback.
Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume.
But today, you locum lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all them babbling British. You battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I behold the binding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey roof,
Oh, blinding.
I bellowed, "Behold the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
And an anecdote? Is that what's to become of all my hard work?
Ah, there you are, my dear fellow.
Oh, you.
Oh, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It just finished, sir.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain?
Ah, it's you, Herlock Sholmes.
Oh? Have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Herlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm gonna give you a piece of my mind.
My apologies, sir, but I assure you I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience.
I do feel very badly about how I behaved.
Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir?
Nothing.
Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but...
That was quite priceless.
Poor Soseki-san.
Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny.
Sholmes.
Then, it would seem, you were not even found guilty.
Sholmes.
But there is no bright side.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume?
Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper.
Lord Van Zeeks.
I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're not found guilty, you're still doomed.
It will be alright, Mr. Natsume.
Hmm?
If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya!
Why?
With a perfectly executed Susato takedown.
Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan?
Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon.
Oh,
It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it.
that's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse.
That's not it at all. The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own.
Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read.
And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry? What about us?
Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot?
Why would we?
A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not?
That's right. But we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us.
I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted.
Well then, you can take my lodgings.
Oh, the windowless room?
But what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up with a floor, a ceiling, and wall.
Great.
And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit.
Oh my, an evil spirit.
Yep, that's my cat. Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call.
Will, think about it, if that's alright.
Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add.
Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft?
I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of. Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Great.
Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist.
I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long.
Please, somebody guard Natsume. Somebody's happy. Locum? I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author.
Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, Mr. Sholmes.
I've little doubt Mr. Natsume will release in time for dinner this evening.
Swear to God, if he dies, I'm gonna kill someone. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. With the appendix attic on that, too. Oh, this is actually not that bad. Like, there's windows. That's pretty luxurious.
Yeah. There's walls and a floor.
A ton of onions for some reason on the right wall. A stove.
A ladder.
A shovel.
Or is that a step ladder?
A shovel for burying bodies. So this
is to be our new office, yes.
Our office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now.
So, my dear fellows, do you like the place?
What the fuck? Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good. I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We'll eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate.
Swear to God, if you die Natsume, I will fucking kill someone.
Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital?
It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us.
Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is.
Sorry?
London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows.
Shadows? What do you mean?
Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London.
Ominous. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came.
to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that laid behind it.
Yay!
Yay. Landed in London awarded. I feel like we should have got that award 3 days ago. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story. Alright. Well, that'll be the last one of the first game, and then I get to continue into the next game. Wow.
Yep.
Holy shit.
In the Japanese version, this episode 5 is called The Adventure of the Hounds of Baskerville, but I assume that they weren't allowed to use that name.
That would make sense. Okay, well, let's see. Birthday. Oh, Coco's doing a birthday subathon. Day 4. Oh, and they're playing Outlast. I hate that game. Have you ever seen gameplay of Outlast or played it, Kiro? Out of curiosity.
I haven't played it myself, but I've watched the entire game and the DLC.
Oh, fun. Yeah.
I like it. I honestly really like it, but I just
really cool,
wouldn't spend money for it.
Yeah, it's cool. But no, I don't want to play that game ever again. And I only played through part of it. Well, I was at like a hotel with friends. My friend was like, I had my laptop. I was like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna make you play Outlast. I was like, why would you do this? And he hooked it up to the TV, and people watched me play Outlast on the TV.
Halloween stream ideas,
No.
Drago. Time for you to play Outlast.
I don't want to play a horror game. It takes forever too. Well, yeah, thank you again for joining me for another adventure, Kiro.
Thanks for having me. It was fun.
I know that it's very late for you whenever we do it. So I do appreciate you coming up.
It's okay. It's the weekend.
Yay! Yeah, it is late. Yeah, it is very late. That was
Thanks for watching, everyone.
Yeah, thank you for coming, guys. Holy shit, that was like 5.5 hours for that second half. Holy shit.
The next case is even longer.
No! My sanity.
I think the next case actually has 2 days of investigation and 2 days of trial.
Holy shit, that's so long.
I think it is the longest between the 2 games. If I look back at my archive, I was looking at the times. I'm pretty sure the next case is the longest one.
Holy shit. Okay. Well, I guess that's going to be broken up into like several weeks then. Alright, everybody. I am going to leave you in the care of Coco. It is their birthday subathon. They're on day 4, and they're playing Outlast. So, I shall leave you in their capable hands. Alright. Thank you for coming. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Good night.
And now I gotta open up the other tab, and then we gotta go in.
Okay, time to get ready for bed.
Alright, sounds good. Thank you for
Thanks, Drago.
Thank you. Sleep well.
Yeah, sleep well when you do.
Yay.